സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. കേൾക്കാമോ എല്ലാവർക്കും? ഹലോ ഹലോ. അതില്ലല്ലോ പോയി. സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. അസ്സലാമു അലൈക്കും. ഓക്കെ, കാലിക്കറ്റ് പ്രീമിയർ ലീഗിന്റെ മൂന്നാമത്തെ സീസൺ ഓപ്ഷൻ, അതിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മളിവിടെ എത്തിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. ആദ്യം റൂൾസ് ആൻഡ് റെഗുലേഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഫ്രാഞ്ചൈസി ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ നിന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവുമെന്ന് കരുതുന്നു. സ്ട്രക്ചറും പൂൾ ഡ്രോയും നമ്മുടെ ഇന്റർവൽ ടൈമിന്, ഐ മീൻ ബ്രേക്ക് ടൈമിന് നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. പിന്നെ ഓപ്ഷനെ പറ്റി എന്തെങ്കിലും ഡൗട്ട് ഉണ്ട്? 1500 പോയിന്റാണ് ഒരു ടീമിന്. ഐറ്റം പ്ലെയേഴ്സ് ഒന്നുമില്ല. ബിഡ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ബേസ് വാല്യൂ 20 points ആണ്. പിന്നെ 20 ആടപ്പാവും. ആഫ്റ്റർ 300 50 ആടപ്പാവും. അത് 1500 വരെ. എന്നാലും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ലിമിറ്റേഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവും, മാക്സിമം ബിഡ് ഉണ്ടാവും. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാൻ പറ്റും. സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയറിന്റെ ലിങ്ക് എല്ലാവരുടെ അടുത്തും ഉണ്ടാവുകയാണ് അല്ലേ? ബിഡ് പാഡിൽ റൈസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നല്ലോണം ഉയരത്തിൽ റൈസ് ചെയ്യാം. ജസ്റ്റ് ഇങ്ങനെ വെച്ചിട്ട് ചിലപ്പോൾ കാണണമെന്നില്ല, കാരണം എല്ലാവരുടെയും മറവുണ്ട് പുറകിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ. സോ പൊക്കുമ്പോൾ നല്ല ഉയരത്തിൽ പൊക്കുക. എൻ്റെ വ്യൂ ആയിരിക്കും എൻ്റെ ഗോൾ. എനിക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഫസ്റ്റ് വ്യൂ ആണ് എൻ്റെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഗോൾ. സെക്കൻഡ് ഗോൾ, തേർഡ് ഗോൾ പോകാം. സോ സഹകരിക്കുക. 14 ടീമുണ്ട്. ടീമിൻ്റെ പേരുകൾ പറഞ്ഞു വരുമ്പോൾ കുറച്ച് സമയം കഴിയുമ്പോൾ അത് റെഡിയാവാമെന്ന് വിചാരിക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ ബിഡ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഉയരത്തിൽ പൊക്കുക. മാക്സിമം ബിഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ നോക്കാം. അൺസോൾഡ് പ്ലെയേഴ്സിന് എടുക്കാൻ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്ട് മാക്സിമം ബിഡ് ചെയ്ത് പോകാൻ നോക്കാം. അതുപോലെ ലാസ്റ്റ് ഗോൾ വരെ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആ പ്ലെയറിനെ വേണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നേരത്തെ ബിഡ് ചെയ്യാം. അൺസോൾഡ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സോൾഡ് പറയുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ നിൽക്കരുത് പ്ലീസ്. വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? അല്ല, 15 പ്ലേയേഴ്സ്. 15 പ്ലേയേഴ്സ്. അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങളൊരു ബോൾ പോകുമ്പോൾ 280 നിങ്ങൾക്ക് റിസർവ് കിട്ടും. 1220 ആയിരിക്കും നിങ്ങളുടെ മാക്സിമം ബിഡ്. ആവും അല്ല, ഇപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. 15 പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് സെറ്റല്ലേ? സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. എക്കോ ഫ്രഷ്, മെയ്സ് ഖത്തർ, മസിലപ്പ്, ഫെനിക്സ് ഖത്തർ, ടീ ടൗൺ, കിങ്സ് 11, ഗ്രീൻ ഹണ്ടേഴ്സ്, ഖത്തർ റെനഗേറ്റ്സ്, ക്യൂപാക്ക്, ഡാറ്റാ പ്ലസ്, കാലിക്കറ്റ്, പേർസിസി, ബീസ് റെസ്റ്റോറന്റ്, എൽഡറാഡോ, കാലിക്കറ്റ്. സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. മാക്സിമം സ്പീഡ് ചെയ്യാം. ഞാൻ ഒരു ഓപ്ഷൻ കൂടെ ചോദിച്ചോട്ടെ, കമന്റിയുടെ അടുത്താണ്. നമുക്ക് ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്ലെയർ വരുമ്പോൾ, ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ മൻസൂർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. ആർക്കെങ്കിലും അങ്ങനെ ഒരു കോൾ ഉണ്ടെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഖത്തർ പറയാണ് നമ്മൾ 200 സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ റെഡിയാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടെ നിന്ന് തുടങ്ങാൻ പോകണം. അതിനോക്കില്ല എല്ലാവരും. നല്ല പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് വരുമ്പോൾ എന്തായാലും നമുക്കറിയാം എത്ര ബോൾ പോകുന്നത്. 300 വരെ 20. എല്ലാ ഓപ്ഷൻ വേദികളിലും കഥ പറഞ്ഞ് തന്നെയാണ് തുടങ്ങാറുള്ളത്. ഇവിടെയും കഥ പറഞ്ഞ് തന്നെ തുടങ്ങണമെന്നാണ് ആഗ്രഹം. ആവർത്തന മനസ്സിലുണ്ടാവും, ക്ഷമിക്കുക. കാരണം ഓപ്ഷൻ വേദിയിൽ നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് പ്രണയവും വിരോധമൊന്നും പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല, കളിയെ പറ്റി പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ഒരു കർഷകന് ഒരു പരുന്തിന്റെ മുട്ടയും അത് അദ്ദേഹം വീട്ടിൽ കൊണ്ട് ചെന്ന് കോഴിക്കൂട്ടില് കോഴിമുട്ടകൾക്കൊപ്പം വിരിയാൻ വെച്ചു. ദിവസങ്ങൾക്കപ്പുറം ആ കോഴിമുട്ടകൾ വിരിഞ്ഞ് ആ കോഴിക്കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾക്കൊപ്പം ഈ പരുന്തും കുഞ്ഞും പാടത്തും പറമ്പത്തും ഒക്കെ കൊത്തിപ്പറിക്കുകയും പുറപ്പുറത്ത് ചാടി കളിച്ചൊക്കെ വളർന്നു. പിന്നീട് ഒരിക്കല് ആകാശത്തിലൂടെ ഉയർന്നു പറക്കുന്ന പരുന്തിനെയും കഴുകനെയും ഒക്കെ കണ്ടിട്ട് ഈ പരുന്തും കുഞ്ഞ് മറ്റു കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളോട് ചോദിച്ചു, അതാരാണ്, അവരെങ്ങനെയാണ് അത്രയും ഉയർന്നു പറക്കുന്നത്, നമുക്ക് എന്തുകൊണ്ട് അത് പറ്റാത്തത്, നമുക്കും ചിറകുകളുണ്ടല്ലോ എന്നൊക്കെ. അപ്പൊ ആ കോഴിക്കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞ് അവര് പക്ഷികളിൽ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പക്ഷികളാണ്, അവരെപ്പോഴും ആകാശത്ത് ഉയർന്നു പറക്കുന്നവരാണ്, നമ്മളെ പോലെ ഭൂമിയിൽ പാടത്തും പറമ്പത്തും കൊത്തി പറക്കുന്നവരല്ല. അവർ ഇര പിടിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി മാത്രം ഭൂമിയിലേക്ക് വന്ന് എപ്പോഴും ഉയർന്നു പറക്കുന്നവരാണ്. അത് കണ്ട് തുള്ളാതിക്കണ്ട, കൂട്ടിലെങ്ങാനും കയറി ഇരുന്നോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് കൊത്തിക്കൊണ്ടു പോകുന്നു പറഞ്ഞ കളിയായി. അതങ്ങനെ കഴിഞ്ഞു പോകുന്നു. കോഴിക്കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾക്കൊപ്പം താനും ഒരു കോഴിക്കുഞ്ഞാണെന്ന് കരുതി ആ പരുന്ത് അങ്ങനെ കൊത്തിപ്പറക്കുകയും ജീവിച്ച് മരിക്കുകയാണ്. തനിക്ക് പറക്കാൻ ചിറകുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടും പറക്കാൻ കഴിയാതെ. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നത്, ഈ രാത്രി നമ്മളിവിടെ എല്ലാം ഒരുമിച്ച് കൂടിയിരിക്കുന്നത് ഈ ഓപ്ഷന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ്. ഈ ഓപ്ഷനിൽ 300-ൽ പരം പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിൽ ചിലരെങ്കിലും ഈ പരുന്ത് കുഞ്ഞിനെ പോലുള്ളവരായിരിക്കും. താൻ ആരാണെന്നോ താൻ എന്താണെന്നോ അറിയാത്ത, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചിറകുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടും പറക്കാൻ കഴിയാത്ത പ്ലേയേഴ്സ്. അവർക്ക് പ്രശംസയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആഡംബരങ്ങളോ ഒന്നും ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കില്ല. ഉയർന്നു പറക്കാൻ തക്ക വിധമുള്ള ചിറകുകളും അതിനൊപ്പം ഉള്ള ഒരു ആത്മവിശ്വാസം മാത്രമായിരിക്കും ഉണ്ടായില്ല. അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾ ഫ്രാഞ്ചൈസികൾ വലിയ വലിയ പേരുകൾക്ക് പുറകെ പോകുന്ന കൂട്ടത്തിൽ ചെറിയ പേരുകളാൽ വലിയ വലിയ പ്രകടനങ്ങൾ ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൽ കാഴ്ചവെക്കാൻ ഒരു തക്കം കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന പ്ലേയേഴ്സിനെ കൂടി പരിഗണിക്കണമെന്ന് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു. ഒപ്പം ചിറകുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടും പറക്കാൻ കഴിയാത്ത, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പറക്കാൻ ഒരു ആകാശമില്ലാത്ത ആ പ്ലേയേഴ്സിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഒരു ആകാശം ഒരുക്കാൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചിറകുകൾ ഒരുക്കാൻ നിങ്ങൾ ശ്രമിക്കുക. അത് അങ്ങനെ തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കുന്ന ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്ലെയർ ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൽ നല്ലൊരു പ്രകടനം കാഴ്ചവെച്ച് നിങ്ങളെ വിജയത്തിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചാൽ അന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആശ്വസിക്കാം, നമ്മൾ നൽകിയ ചിറകുകളാലാണ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ നൽകിയ ആകാശം കൊണ്ടാണ് അവർ ആ വിജയം കൈവരിച്ചത്. സോ ബിഡ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരെയും പരിഗണിക്കുക. A very great team start with a bold decision. So make yours now, because today's right pick could be tomorrow's champion. So all the best to everyone. And here we start Calicut Premier League Chapter 3. Can I have the first player on the screen? Yes, the first player, Ashfaq Wiley. Any bid for Ashfaq Wiley? The first player of this tournament. Any bid? Seems no bid. Player unsold. The first player unsold. Next player, Rashad Malapur. Any bid for Rashad? Any bid? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Unsold പറയുന്നത് വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. അൺസോൾഡിന് 1, 2, 3 ആവശ്യമില്ല. സോൾഡ് മാത്രം 1, 2, 3. Yes, Jadir, one of the finest bowler. Jadir, 20 Qatar, 40 finished Qatar, 40. Muslim 60, Mains Qatar 80, 100, back to Cuba. 200 Muslim. Any bid? 220, green handles 240, data plus 240. Any other bid? 260 Cuba. 280 TV's restaurant. 280. 300 Echo Fresh. 300 Echo Fresh. Any other bid for Jadid, the left-hand bowler, one of the finest. 300 for one. 350 El Dorado. 350. Any other bid for Jadid? 350 for one. 350 for two. And 350 for three. Players sold to El Dorado. 350 one of the finest left-arm bowlers sold to Seika El Dorado. The first player sold to El Dorado. Arshid, another left-arm bowler, one of the finest. 20 for next Qatar. 40 Mains Qatar, 60 data plus 80 Cuba. 100, 200 Muslim. 220 Mains Qatar. 240 data plus 260 Kingsland. 280 green handles, 300 Muslim. 350 data plus. 350 data plus. Any other bid for Arshid? 350 for one. 350 for two. 400 Echo Fresh. They have the picture now. 400 Echo Fresh. 400 for one. Any other bid for Arshid? 400 for two. 400 for three. Players sold to Echo Fresh. For 400 points. Arshid, another finest bowler. Shamsi, another champion bowler. 20 Calicut. 40 El Dorado, 60 Qatar, 12 cc. 80 Phoenix Qatar, 100 Muslim. Any other bid for Shamsi? 120 back to Calicut now. 140 Muslim, 160 Phoenix Qatar. 160, 180 back to Calicut again. 200 Muslim. 200 for Shamsi, another left-hand bowler. 200 for 220 Calicut. 220. Any other bid? 220 for one. 220 for two. 220 for three. Players sold to Calicut for 220 points. Three left-hand bowlers already sold. Now, another one, Amish Bulodil. Any bid for Amish? 20, El Dorado. 40, Calicut Renegades. 60, Mains Qatar. 80, data plus. 100, 140, Phoenix Qatar. 160, Muslim. 180, data plus. 200, Phoenix Qatar. 200, 220, back to data plus. 220 for one. Any other bid for Amish? 220 for 240. Phoenix Qatar. 240. Any other bid for this all-rounder? 240 for one. 260. Data plus. 260. Any other bid? 260 for one. 260 for two. And 260 for three. Players sold to data plus for 260 points. Amish Bulatil. Muhammad Karwarat. Any bid for Muhammad? Since no bid, player unsold. Ramsey. Any bid for Ramsey? 20, Mains Qatar. Any other bid for Ramsey? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Mains Qatar for 20 points. Ramsey. Shamnas. 20 Mains Qatar, 40 Calicut Renegades. 60 Muslim. 80 Mains Qatar, 100 data plus. 100 data plus. Any other bid? 120 Mains Qatar, 140 PLCC. 140. 160 feet down. 160 for Shamnas. 180 BB's restaurant, 200 Muslim. 200. Any other bid? For Shamnas, 200 for 1. 220. Back to BB's Qatar down. 220. Any more bid? 220 for 1, 220 for 2, 220 for 3. Players sold to BB's Qatar for 220 points. Shakir. Any bid for Shakir? Right hand batter. Seems no bid. Player remain unsold. Nawaz PT. Any bid for Nawaz? 20 Kings 11. 40 Muslim, 60 Cuba. 60. Any more? 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 80. Back to Kings 11. Any more bid? 80 for 1. 80 for 2. And 80 for 3. Players sold to Kings 11. Yes, Ashik, Muhammad Ashik. Any bid for Ashik? 20 Calicut Renegades. 40 El Dorado. 60 Maids, 8 Phoenix Qatar. 100 Green Hunters. 120 Muslim. 200 Kings 11 for Ashik. 200. Any more bid for Ashik? 200 for 220 Calicut. 220. Any more bid? 240 back to Kings 11. 240 points. Any more bid for Ashik? 240 for 1. 260 Green Hunters. 260 Green Hunters for Ashik. 260 for 1. 280 back to Kings 11. 280. Any more bid? 280 for 1. 280 for 2. 280 for 3. Players sold to Kings 11. Their own player. Fawaz. Any bid for Fawaz? Since now bid 20. Cheetown. Any more bid? 20 for 1. 40 Phoenix Qatar. 60 back to T-Town. 60 T-Town. T-Town Yorker CC. 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 80 BB's restaurant. 80. They are in the picture now. 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 100 T-Town Yorker CC. 100. 100 for 1. 100 for 2. And 100 for 3. Players sold to T-Town for 100 points. Fawaz DTK. Adil. Any bid for Adil? Since no bid, player remain unsold. Jarish Jari. Any bid for Jarish? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Runnies. Runnies. Any bid for runnies? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Ajmal GP, another one, 20, Calicut Renegades, 200 Muslim, 220 data plus 240, Calicut Renegades, 260, 350 per cup, 350 per cc, any more bid, 400 Muslim, 400 points for Ajmal. Another left-arm fast bowler. 400 points. Any more bid for Ajmal? 400 for 1, 400 for 2, 400 for 3. Players sold to Masila for 400 points. Yes, another great player, experienced campaign. Samir Warman, 24, 80 key down, 100 mates Qatar, 120 data plus, 120, any more bid, 120 for 140 Eco Fresh, 140, 160 data plus, 160, any more bid for Samir? 160 for 1, 160 for 2, 160 for 3. Players sold to data plus for 160 points. Afsal. Any bid for Afsal? Since now 20 VVs Qatar. 20 for 1. 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to VV's Qatar for 20 points. Harilal, 20 Calicut Renegades for 200 mates Qatar. 220 data plus. 240 Muslim, 260 per cc, 280, 300 mates Qatar. 300 points made Qatar. Any more bid? Anyone? 350 Q pack. 350 Q pack. Any more bid for Harilal? 350 for 1, 350 for 2, 400 BB's restaurant. 400 points for Harilal. Any more bid? 400 points. 400 for 1, 400 for 2, 400 for 3. Players sold to BB's restaurant for 400 points. Haider Ali, another finest bowler. Mates Qatar 20, 200 green hunters, 220 data plus, 240 T town, 260 Q pack, 280 data plus, 300 data plus. 350 green hunters. 350 green hunters. Any more bid for Haider Ali? 350 for 1, 350 for 2, 350 for 3. Players sold to green hunters for 350 points. Green hunters. Ashik. 300 per cc, 350 data plus 400 Masila, 450 Kings 11. 450 11. 500 data plus 550 per cc. Any more bid? 600 data plus. Last one only bottom. 650. Back to Pearl CC. 650. Any more bids? 700. Phoenix Qatar. 700 points. The finest all-rounder, Rashid Ali. 700 points. Any more bid? 700 for 1. 700 for 2. 750. Muscle up. 750. Any more bid? Any more bid for this finest all-rounder? 750 for 1. 750 for 2. 750 for 3. Player sold to Muslim for 750 points. Ashik Ali. Muhammad Mohsin. Any bid for Mohsin? 20. Maiz Qatar. 20. 40. Muslim 60 Echo Fresh. 80 Maiz Qatar. 100 Echo Fresh. 120 Maiz Qatar. 140 Echo Fresh. 160 data plus, 180 Echo Fresh. 180. 200 data plus, 220 Maiz Qatar, 240 Echo Fresh. 240. Any more bid for Mohsin? 240 for 1. 240 for 2. 260. Back to data plus. 260. 280. Back to Echo Fresh. They are not ready to give up. 280. Any more bid? 280 for 1. 280 for 2. 280 for 3. Player sold to Echo Fresh for 290 points. Muhammad Mohsin. Bushair Ahmad. 20 Maiz Qatar. Any more bid for Bushair? 20. 40 Echo Fresh. 60 Maiz Qatar. 60. Any more bid? 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 80 Calicut. 80 points. Any more? 100 Maiz Qatar. 100 Maiz Qatar. 100 for 1. 100 for 2, 100 for 3. Play sold to Maiz Qatar for 100 points. Bushair Ahmad. Ashkar. 20. T-Town. 40 data plus. 60 back to T-Town. 60 points. Any more bid? 60 for Ashkar. 80 Green Hunters, 100 data plus. 120 Phoenix Qatar. 120, 140 back to T-Town. 140 T-Town. 160 data plus. 160. Any more bid? 180 Phoenix Qatar. 180. Any more bid? 180 for 1. 180 for 2. And 180 for 3. Player sold to Phoenix Qatar for 180 points. Ashkar Pudi Hotel. Any bid for Ashkar? Since now bid 20. Last one on the right here. 20. BD's Restaurant. Any more bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Player sold to BD's Restaurant for 20 points. Altaf. Any bid for Altaf? Since no bid, player unsold. Saeed GK. Any bid for Saeed? 20 Muslim. 40. No. 20. 20 Muslim. Any more bid? 10. 40 Phoenix Qatar. 60 Green Hunters. 60. Any more bid for Saeed? 80 Phoenix Qatar. 80. Any more? 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 90 for 3. Players sold to Phoenix Qatar for 80 points. Yes, another all-rounder of the finest. Shanavas Panikirvit. 20 Cheetown. 20. Any more bid for Shanavas? 40 Muslim. 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Muslim. 40 can the player Allah. Anu. Any bid for Anu? Seems no bid. Player Anso. Hidash Sharma. Any bid for Hidash? 20 Eco-Fresh. 20. 40 Pearl Easy. 60 back to Eco-Fresh. 60 for 1. Do we have 8? 60 for 2. And 60 for 3. Players sold to Eco-Fresh for 60 points. Hidash Sharma. Hamras. Any bid for Hamras? 20. Zika Elzano. 20 points. 40 Maestata. 40. 60 Q-Pack. 60. Any more bid for Hamras? 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Players sold to Q-Pack for 60 points. Hamras. Naufal CK. Any bid for Naufal? Seems no bid. 20 Calicut. 20 Calicut. Any more bid? 40 Eco-Fresh. 40 Eco-Fresh. Any more bid for Naufal? 60 back to Calicut. 60 points. 80 makes Qatar. 80 makes Qatar. Any more? 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 80 for 3. Players sold to makes Qatar for 80 points. Naufal CK. Sakir KM. Any bid for Sakir? Seems no bid. Player 20. Eco-Fresh. Any more bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Eco-Fresh for 20 points. Sakir KM. Samad Damas. Samad. Anyone? Player unsold. Nisam Nisu. Any bid for Nisam? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Rashid. 20. Pearl CC. Any more bid for Rashid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. And 20 for 3. Players sold to Pearl CC for 20 points. Rashid. Mahroof. Any bid for Mahroof? no bid, player unsold. Habir. Habir. Any bid? Since no bid, player unsold. Last one or Muhammad Jubil. It's back to this Muhammad Jubil again. Any bid 20, Kings 11 40 data plus. Any more bid for Jubil? 60, Sega El Junado. 60. Any more bid for Jubil? 60, Sega El Junado. 80, Phoenix Delta. 80. Any more bid? 80 for 1. 100 data plus. 100 data plus. Any more? For Jubil. 100 for 1. 100 for 2. And 100 for 3. Players sold to data plus for 100 points. Muhammad Jubil. Shamir. Any bid for Shamir? 20 Echo Fresh. 20 Echo Fresh. Any more? 20 for 1. 40 Q pack. 40 Q pack. Any more? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Player sold to Q pack for 40 points. Shamir. Shuhair. 20 Calicut Renegades. Any other? 20 for 1. 40 Phoenix Qatar. 40. Anyone for 60? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Phoenix Qatar for 40 points. Shuhair KMP. Rijaz Muhammad. Any bid for Rijaz? 20 Q pack. 20. Any other bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 40 Calicut. 40 for Rijaz. Any more bid? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Calicut for 40 points. Rijaz Muhammad. Muhammad Tani. Any bid for Muhammad? Since no bid, player unsold. Muhammad Jasim Ashraf. Any bid for Jasim? 20 Masra. 20 for 1. 40 Phoenix Qatar. 40. Any more bid? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Phoenix Qatar for 40 points. Muhammad Jasim Ashraf. Arshad. Any bid for Arshad? 20 Q pack, 40 PLCC. 40. Any more? 40, 60 Q pack. 60. 80 back to Pearl CC. 80. Any more bid? 80 for 1, 80 for 2, 80 for 3. Player sold to Pearl CC for 80 points. Harsha. Irshad Bilal. Any bid for Irshad? 20. Green Hunters. 20. Any more bid? 40. Seika Eldorado. 40. Any more bid for Irshad? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Player sold to Seika Eldorado for 40 points. Sadaqat, Muhammad Sadaqat, 300 per CC, 500 Phoenix Qatar, 550, 600 King Silver, 650, Calicut Renegade, 650, 700 per CC, 750 Calicut Renegades, 800 Phoenix Qatar. It's going to be very interesting now. 800 Phoenix Qatar. 850 back to Calicut Renegades. 850. Any more bid for Sadaqat? 900 Phoenix Qatar. One of the finest all-rounder, Muhammad Sadaqat. 900 Phoenix Qatar. Any more bid for Sadaqat? 900 for 1. 900 for 2. 950 Calicut Renegades. Anyone for 1,000? Anyone? Muhammad Sadaqat, you are beating one of the finest all-rounder. 950 for 1. 9,000 points. Phoenix Qatar. Yes, back to Calicut Renegades, 950 points. Any more bid? 950 for 1, 950 for 2, 950 for 3. Players sold to Calicut Renegades. High bid of tonight, Muhammad Sadaqat, 950 points. Naushad MP. Naushad MP. Any bid? Since no bid, player remain unsold. Rajinas. Any bid for Rajinas? 20 per CC. 20 per CC. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 40 T-Town. 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to T-Town for 40 points. Rajanas. Rahim. Rahim. Any bid for Rahim? Since no bid, player unsold. Samir. Pool Samir. Per CC. 20 points. 40. Seika Eldorado. 60 per CC, 80 Seika Eldorado, 80. Any more bid? 80 for 1, 80 for 2, 80 for 3. Player sold to Seika Eldorado for 80 points. Samir, known as Tool Samir. Ansel Karyaparamil, any bid? 20 Kings 11. Any more bid? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Kings 11. Yunus. Next player, Yunus. Any bid for Yunus? Since no bid, player unsold. After Puttur, 20, Masila. Any more? Anyone? For After, 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Masila for 20 points. Jurej, 20 Mates Qatar, 40 Seika Eldorado, 60 Maslam, 60, 80 Mates Qatar, 100 Green Hunters, 100 Green Hunters. Any more bid for Jurej? 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 100 for 3. Players sold to Green Hunters for 100 points. Naushad P. Any bid for Naushad? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Abdul Basit. Any bid for Abdul Basit? Seems no bid. 20. Data plus. 20. 20 for 1. 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Data Plus for 20 points. Abdul Basit. Sajjad, 20 Kings 11, 40 per CC. 40 per CC. 60 Kings 11. 60, 80 per CC. 100 Green Hunters. 100. 120 per CC. 120. Any more bid for Sajjad? 120 for 1. 120 for 2. 140 Green Hunters. Any more bid? 140 for 1. 140 for 2. 140 for 3. Players sold to Green Hunters for 140 points. Ashif Hamid. Ashif Hamid. Any bid? Seems no bid. 20 BBs Qatar. 20. Any more? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to BBs Qatar. BBs Restaurant. Anif Kurul. Twenty Masla. Any more bid for Anif? 20. 20 for 1. 40 makes Qatar. Any more? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Mates Qatar for 40 points. Akib Muhammad. 20. Calicut Renegades. 20 for 1. Any other bid for this handsome guy? 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Calicut Renegades for 20 points. Akib Muhammad. Yes, Faris Chowanteri. Another big player. 20 Calicut. 40 Masla. 40, 60 Calicut. Any more bid? 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Calicut. 60 points. Ajinas Ashram. Any bid? Ajinas. Seems no bid. Player unsold. Shinaz. Any bid for Shinaz? Since no bid, player and 20. Kings 11. 20. Any more bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players all to Kings 11 for 20 points. Ramesh Rafi, left hand back. Any bid for Ramesh? 20, Echo Fresh. 20. Any other? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, and 20 for 3. Players all to Echo Fresh for 20 points. Shafi Charak, Chelakara. 20 Calicut, 40 Kings 11, 40, 60 back to Calicut, 60, any more, 80 Echo Fresh, 80 Echo Fresh, any more bid for Shafi, 100 Calicut, 100, any more, 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 100 for 3. Players sold to Calicut for 100 points. Fast Hamza, 20 Calicut Renegades, 40 G-Town, 60 Mains Qatar, 80 Calicut Renegades, 100 Mains Qatar, 121, 200 Kings 11. 200 Kings 11, 220 Mains Qatar, 240 back to Kings 11, 240, 260 Green Hunters, 260 Green Hunters. Any more bid for Fasam sir? 280 Mains Qatar, 300 Kings 11. Any more bid? Anyone for 350? 300 for 1, 300 for 2. 350 Mains Qatar. 350 Mains Qatar. Anyone? 350 for 1, 350 for 2, 350 for 3. Players sold to Mains Qatar for 350 points. Haris Meetal Charlie. Any bid for Haris? Seems no bid, player unsold. Jeffrey. Any bid for Jeffrey? Seems no bid, player unsold. Namir. Any bid for Namir? 20 Kings 11. 20. Any more bid for Namir? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Kings 11. My Giants. Sergeant. 20 Kings 11. 20. Any more bid for Sergeant? 20 for 1, 40, BB's restaurant, 60 Q-Pack, 60, any other bid for Sergeant? 80, back to Kings 11, 80 for 1, 80 for 2, 80 for 3, players sold to Kings 11 for 80 points, Sergeant. Shabir. Any bid for Shabir? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Haris Mangalambaram, Kings 11, 20. 40 pearls easy. 60, Seika Eldorado. 60. 80, back to Kings 11. 100, Seika Eldorado. 100 points for Haris. Any bid? Any more bid for Haris? 120, back to Kings 11. 120, any more bid for Haris? 120 for 1, 120 for 2, 120 for 3. Players sold to Kings 11. Their own player. Haris. Juno. Any bid for Juno? 20 Echo Fresh, 40 VVs Australia. Any more bid for Juno? Juno. 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to BV's Restaurant for 40 points. Juno. Ashif Ali. 20 Calicut against 40 Kings 11. 60 Calicut against 80 Muslim. 100 Echo Fresh. 100 Echo Fresh. Any more bid for Ashif Ali? 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 120 BV's Restaurant, 140 Echo Fresh. 140 Echo Fresh. Any more for Ashif Ali? 140 for 1, 160 BV's Restaurant, 160 BV's Restaurant, 180 back to Echo Fresh. 180 points. Any more bid for Ashif Ali? 180 for 1, 180 for 2, 180 for 3. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 180 points. Ashif Ali. Mustafa P. Parambat. Mustafa. Anyone from Mustafa? 20. Seika Eldorado. Any more? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 40 Green Hunters. 40 Green Hunters. Any more bid for Mustafa? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to Green Hunters for 40 points. Answer Anas. Playing for Royal Factors. Answer Anas. Any bid? Seems no bid. Player remain unsold. Shakir Amban. Shakir. Any bid for Shakir? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Muhammad Sali. 20 Calicut Renegades. 20. 40 Seika Eldorado. 60 Calicut Renegades. 80 Seika Eldorado. 80. Any more for Sali? 100. 120 Q-Pack. 120. Any more bid? Nidanama. 140 Calicut. 140. Any more bid for this finest bowler? 160. On the knowledge again. 160. Back to BV's Restaurant. 160. 160 for 1. 160 for 2. 160 for 3. Players sold to BV's Restaurant for 160 points. Here comes Sadiq. 300 per season. Any moment. 350 Cheetown. 350 Cheetown. 400 per season. 400. Sadiq Ali. Now only Sadiq. 400 for 1. 400 for 2. 400 for 3. Players sold to Pearl CC. 400 points. Manshal. Anyway, seems 20 Cheetown. Anymore. 24-1, 24-2, 24-3. Player sold to Cheetown. Yorker CC. ഇത് വിളിക്കാം ഇത് വേണം Ramshid 20 base kata Ramshid. Any bid for Ramshid? Any other bid? Ramshid 24-1, 24-2, 24-3. Players all to main kata Ramshid. Vishnu Valan 20 Calicut Renegades 20. 40 Echo Fresh, 60 Mates Kata, 60, 80 Echo Fresh, 100 Data Plus 120 King Silver, 140 G-Town, 160 Echo Fresh, 180 Green Hunters, 180, 200 Echo Fresh, 200, anyone 40, 220. 200 for 1, 200 for 2, 200 for 3. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 200 points. Vishnu Balan. Siddiq. Any bid for Siddiq? 20 mates kata. 20. Any more? 20 for 1, 20 for 2. 24-3. Players sold to mates Qatar for 20 points. Siddiq. Mates Qatar. Answer PP. Any bid? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Answer live കാണുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അടുത്തവണ ഫോട്ടോ എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ക്ലിയർ ഉള്ള ഫോട്ടോ എടുക്കണം പ്ലീസ്. Player unsold. Answer PP. Naushad MK. Any bid for Naushad? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Sajir Bro. Echo Fresh. Sajir Bro. Any more? 24-1, 24-2, 24-3. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 20 points. Sajir Bru. Prakash M. 20. Calicut Renegades 40 per cc. 80 Muslim, 100 King Silver. 130 per cc, 140 Data Plus. 160 Echo Fresh. 180 per cc. 180 per cc. Any more for Prakash? 200. Data plus 220 per cc. 220. 240 Q pack. 260 per cc. 260. Any more bid for Prakash, the left hand batsman bowler. 260 for 1. 260 for 2. 280 Q pack. 280 Q pack. Anyone interested for 300? 280 for 1. 280 for 2. 280 for 3. Players sold to Q pack for 280 points. Shabir Ali. Any bid for Shabir Ali? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Ashif. Anyone? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Samir. Any bid for Samir? Let's see. Seems no bid. Player unsold. Abdullah Abudi. 20 Calicut. 40 Mates Qatar. Any more? 60 Calicut. 60. 80 Mates Qatar. 80. 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 100 Calicut. 100 Calicut. 120 Mates Qatar. 120. 120 for 1. 120 for 2. 120 for 3. Players sold to Mates Qatar for 120 points. Their own player. Shahid. 20 Calicut. 40 Calicut Renegades. Any other? 60 back to Calicut. 80 Data Plus. 100 Calicut. 120 Data Plus. 120. Any more? 140 T-Town. 140 T-Town. Yorker CC. Any more? 160 Data Plus. 160. 180 back to T-Town. 180. Any more before Shahid? 180 for 1. 200 Data Plus. Battle between T-Town and Data Plus. 200 for 1. 220 T-Town. 220 points. 220 for 240 Data Plus. 240. Any more? 244. 240 Data Plus. 240 for 1. 240 for 2. 240 for 3. Players sold to Data Plus for 240 points. Najib. 20 Calicut Renegades. 40 Calicut. 60 Masla. 60. Any more? 100 T-Town. 100 T-Town. Any more? 100 for 1. 100. Any more bid? 100 for 1. 100 for 2. 120 Data Plus. 120 Data Plus. Any more bid? 120 for 1. 140 T-Town. Back to T-Town Yorker CC. 140 points. Any more bid? Anyone interested? 140 for 1. 160 data plus. 160. Anyone interested? For 180. 160 for 1. 160 for 2. 160 for 3. Players sold to data plus for 160 points. Left us 20 Calicut Renegades. Please sit back. Left us 20 points. Any other bid? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Calicut Renegades. Irshad, next player. Any bid for Irshad? No, Saiki. 20. Saiga Eldorado. Irshad, 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Saiga Eldorado for 20 points. Irshad. Ashkar V. Ashkar. Ashkar. Any bid for Ashkar? 20 Calicut. 40 BB's restaurant. Anyone? Any more? 40 for 1. 40 for 60 data plus. 60 data plus. 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Players sold to data plus for 60 points. Asif Kaipan. Anyone for Kaipan? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Shafi. Next player Shafi. Bowler category. Anyone? Player unsold. Asghar Nandot. 20 BB's restaurant. Any more? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to BB's restaurant for 20 points. Namir Muhammad. Next player, Namir Muhammad. Anyone for Namir? Anyone? 20 T-Town. 20. Any other? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to T-Town Yorkers Easy for 20 points. Reggie Wayanad. Reggie Wayanad. Anyone? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Ramiz. Any bid for Ramiz? 20. Sika Eldorado. 20. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Sika Eldorado for 20 points. Muhammad Zakaria. Muhammad Zakaria. Any bid for Muhammad? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Answer. Any bid for answer? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Jill Sunny. 20 Calicut Nuggets, 40 Muslim. 60 Calicut Nuggets, 80 Seika Eldorado. 100 Echo Fresh. 120 Seika Eldorado. 120, 140 Echo Fresh. 160 back to Seika. 160. 160. Anyone for 180? 180 Echo Fresh. 180 Echo Fresh. 180 for 1. 180 for 2. 200 Eldorado. Seika Eldorado, 200 pounds. 200. Any more bid for Jill Sunny? 200 for 1. 200 for 2. 200 for 3. Players sold to Seika Eldorado for 200 points. Abdullah. Player unsold. Shamir Walatambuni. Shamir. Any bid for Shamir? 20 T-Town. 20 T-Town. 40 Delta Plus. 40 for 1. 60 back to T-Town. 60. 60 for 1. 60 for 80 Delta Plus. 80. Any more bid for Shamir? 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 80 for 3. Play sold to Delta Plus for 80 points. Rashid. Rashid. Any bid? 20 Echo Fresh. 20. Any more bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Play sold to Echo Fresh for 20 points. Rashid. Echo Fresh. Any bid for Jassim? 20 Calicut. 20 Calicut. കഴിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് സ്വാദിഷ്ടമായ കരിക്ക് ജ്യൂസ് ഉണ്ട്. കരിക്കിന്റെ മാനേജർ ഫാരിസ് ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. പൈസ 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Calicut. Muhammad Aslam. 20 Calicut Nuggets. 20. 40 BB's Restaurant. 60 Pearl CC. 80 Kings 11. 100 Pearl CC. 100. 120 BB's Restaurant. 140 Pearl CC. 140. Muhammad Aslam. 140. Any more bid? Anyone for 160? 160 Seika Eldorado. 180 back to Pearl CC. 200 Seika Eldorado. 220 Pearl CC. 220. Anyone joining from my left side? No. 220 for 1. 220 for 2. And 220 for 3. Players sold to Pearl CC for 220 points. Shakir. 20 Masala. 40 Calicut. Anyone? Any more bid for Shakir? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Calicut for 40 points. They are very happy. Muhammad KP. Any bid for KP? Since no bid, player unsold. Any bid? Since no bid, player remain unsold. Jasir. Gemini. Any bid for Jasir? Seems no bid, player unsold. Sajid, 20 Calicut Renegades, 40 Mates Qatar, 60 back to Calicut Renegades, 80 Kings 11, 100 Calicut Renegades, 100 Calicut Renegades. Anyone? 120 Green Hunters, 120, 140 back to Kings 11, 140. Yes, make it fast, guys. 140 for 160 back to Green Hunters, 160 Green Hunters. Any more bid for Sergeant? 160 for 180 Delta Plus. 180 Delta Plus. Any more bid? 180 for 180 for 180 for 200 Green Hunters. 200 Green Hunters. Any more? Anyone for 220? 200 for 220 Delta Plus. 220 Delta Plus. They are not ready to give up. 220. Anyone for 240? For Sergeant. 220 for 220 for 220 for 3. Player sold to Delta Plus for 220 points. Summary അറിയണോ? Summary നോക്കാം. ഇതുകൂടെ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് നോക്കാം. Next player Asif, 20 Calicut Renegades, 40 Kings 11, 60 back to Calicut Renegades, 80 Green Hunters, 100 BV's Restaurant, 120 Green Hunters, 120 for Asif Sultan, 120 for 120 for 140 BV's Restaurant, 140. Anyone for 160? 140 for 160 Green Hunters, 160 Green Hunters, 160 for 160 for 180 Delta Plus, 180 Delta Plus. So back to Green Hunters, 160 points. $160 Green Hunters. Any more bid for Asif Sultan? 160 for 160 for 160 for 3. Player sold to Green Hunters for 160 points. Summary ഇതാണ്. പറയണോ? BV's Restaurant 600 points ഉണ്ട്, maximum bid 480 points. Delta Plus 200 ഉണ്ട്, maximum 100. Echo Fresh 300 ഉണ്ട്, maximum 200. Green Hunters 710 points ഉണ്ട്, maximum 530. Kings 11 818 ഉണ്ട്, maximum 740. Calicut 1020 ഉണ്ട്, maximum 860. Mates Qatar 750 ഉണ്ട്, maximum 630. Muscle 290 ഉണ്ട്, maximum 90. Pearl Sicily 780 ഉണ്ട്, maximum 580. Phoenix Qatar 1160 ഉണ്ട്, maximum 960. Q-Pack 1120 ഉണ്ട്, maximum 900. Calicut Renegades 510 ഉണ്ട്, maximum 290. York CC 1320 ഉണ്ട്, maximum 1120. And Seiko Eldorado 790 into maximum 630. This is a software available. Check here. Wow. Yes, next player. Next player, Mithun. 20, Calicut Nuggets. 40, Mains Qatar. 60, back to Calicut Nuggets. 60, 80, Echo Fresh. 100, Calicut Nuggets. Any more bid? 120, Echo Fresh. 120 for one. Any more bid for Mithun? 140, Mains Qatar. 160, back to Echo Fresh. 160. Any more bid? 160 for one, 160 for two, 160 for three. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 160 points. Isham. Pumala Pudiorki. Isham PP. Anyone for Isham? Seems now bid player remain sold. Five aroma. Anyone? 20 cube pack. 20 cube pack. Any more bid? 20 for one. 20 for two. 20 for three. Players sold to cube pack for 20 points. Mohammed CK. 20 Masala. 20 Masala. Any more? 20 for one, 20 for two, 40, Kings 11, 60 data plus, 60 data plus, 60 for one, 60 for two, 60 for three. Players all to data plus for 60 points. Mohammed Shafi, here comes one of the finest all-rounder, an icon player. 900 for each other. Anyone more than 900? 900 for one. 900 for two, 900 for three. Players sold to Phoenix Qatar for 900 points. Mohammed Shafi, known as Chepu. Next player, Abdul Basit. Any bid for Abdul Basit? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Sanir. Any bid for Sanir? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Rishad. Rishad. Any bid for Rishad? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Munir PK. Munir PK. Seems no bid. Player remain unsold. Ajaz. Any bid for Ajaz? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Muhammad Shafi. Any bid for more? 20. Calicut Renegades. 40 Echo Press 60 Kings 11 80 match कर दो 80 match कर दो any more bid for Shafiq 80 for 1 100 Kings 11 100 Kings 11 100 for 1 100 for 2 and 100 for 3 players sold to Kings 11 for 100 points. Munir NP. Munir NP. Any bid for Munir? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Jabir Manarat. Jabir Manarat. Any bid for Jabir? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Harshad B. Harshad 20 Sega El Dorado. Started with the base 40 T-down. 60 back to Seika. 80 T-down. 100 back to Seika again. 100 points. Any more bid? 120 back to T-down. 120. Any more bid? 120 for 140 BB's restaurant. 160 T-town. 160 T-town. Any more bid for? 160 for 1. 160 for 2. 160 for 3. Players over to T-town for 160 points. Shamim Pilatote. Any bid for Shamim? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Sakir. Any bid for Sakir? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Here comes Mansoor Takandavida. Now the finest all-rounder. 500 pearls easy. 500 pearls easy. Any more bid for Mansoor? 500. 500. 550 Q pack. 550 Q pack. Any more bid for this finest all-rounder? 650 pearls easy. 600 Eldorado, 650 pearls easy. 600 Seiko Eldorado. Any more bid? Anyone for 650? For Mansoor Takandavida, the tallest and one of the finest all-rounder. 600 for 1, 600 for 2, and 600 for 3. Players sold to Seika Eldorado. Mansoor. Fahim Mukhtar. Fahim Mukhtar. Any bid for Fahim? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Muhammad Ali 20 Kings 11 200 pearls easy 200 pearls easy 220 BB's restaurant 240 pearls easy 240 anyone for 260 for Muhammad Ali the left hand 240 for 1 260 Calicut 280 300 pearls easy 280 BB's restaurant 300 pearls easy. Any more bid for Muhammad Ali? Anyone for 350? 300 for 1, 350, BB's restaurant. 350. 400. Back to PLCC. 400 for one. 400. 400 for two. 400 for three. Players sold to PLCC for 400 points. Muhammad Ali. Shamsir Puttu. 20 Maslam. 20. Anyone for 40? 20 for one. 20 for two. 40 Calicut. 40 Calicut. 40 for one. 40 for two. 40 for three. Players hold to Calicut for 40 points. Rinsu. Anyone interested? Seems no bit. Player unsold. Rashid Madambui. 20 Calicut Nuggets. 20 Calicut Nuggets started the bid. 100 PLCC. 120 Calicut Nuggets. 140 G-Town. 140 your PLCC. 140. Anyone interested for 160? 140 for one. 140 for two. 140 for three. Players sold to G-Town your PLCC for 140 points. Jamshad. Any bid for Jamshad? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Shamim caller. Any bid for Shamim? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Nafil Muhammad. Any bid for Nafi? 20 T-Town. 20. Any more? 20 for one. 20 for two. 20 for three. Players sold to T-Town your CC for 20 points. Ramshid. 20 Calicut Nuggets. 40 match karta, 60 and Coffers. 80 match karta. 80 match karta. Any more bid for Ramshid? 80 for one. 80 for two. 80 for three. Players sold to mains karta for 80 points. Ramshid. Ashif Ali. Any bid for Ashif? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Afsal Abdul Hamid. Anyone interested for Afsal? Seems no bid. Player 20 Green Hunters. 20 Green Hunters. 20 for one, 20 for two, 20 for three. Players sold to Green Hunters for 20 points. Sijaf Qasim. Sijaf. Any bid for Sijaf? Seems no bid. 20 Green Hunters. 20 Green Hunters. 20 for one, 20 for two. 20 for three. Players sold to Green Hunters for 20 points. Basi. Any bid for Basi? 20 Maslam. 20. Any more bid for Basi? 20 for one. 20 for two. 24-3. Players sold to Masla. 20 points. Shalim PT. Any bid for Shalim? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Akhilesh Rajan, next player. Anyone interested for Akhilesh? 20, Calicut. 20, any more bid? 24-1, 24-2, 24-3. Players sold to Calicut. Akhilesh Rajan. Vishnu. Any bid for Vishnu? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Safwan Aslam, 20 Calicut Renegades, 40 Kings 11, 60 Calicut Renegades, 80 T-Town, 80 T-Town. Any more bid? 80 for 100 Kings 11, 100 Kings 11. Anyone from the right side? 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 100 for 3. Players sold to Kings 11 for 100 points. Mahmoud KP. Mahmoud. Anyone interested for Mahmoud? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Akshay KC, 20 Calicut Renegades, 20, 40 Echo Fish, 60 back to Calicut Renegades, 60. Anyone for 80? 60, 80 Green Hunters, 80 Green Hunters, 80 for 1, 80 for 2, 100 Calicut Renegades, 100 Calicut Renegades. 120 Green Hunters. 120 Green Hunters. Anyone? 120 for 1. 120 for 2. 120 for 3. Players sold to Green Hunters for 120 points. Akshay KC. Mohammed Hafiz. 20 Calicut Renegades. 40 Q-Pack. 40 Q-Pack. Any more bid? 40 for 1. 40 for 60. Finish Kata. 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 80 Q-Pack. 80 Q-Pack. 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 80 for 3. Players sold to Q-Pack for 80 points. Mohammed Hafiz. Hafiz Abdul. Any bid for Hafiz? 20 Calicut Renegades, 40 Masla. 40 Masla. Any more bid? 40. 60 BB's Restaurant. 60 BB's Restaurant. 60 for 1. 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to BB's Restaurant for 60 points. Shafakat. Any bid for Shafakat? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Rashid Kundumal, 20 Calicut Renegades, 60 Echo Fresh, 80 T-Town, 80 T-Town, 100 Mains Kata, 120 T-Town, 120. Any more for Rashid Kundumal? 120 for 1, 120 for 2, 120 for 3. Players sold to T-Town for 120 points. Rashid Kundumal. Mashood Calicut. Anyone for Mashood? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Darvish Mubarak. Anyone for Darvish? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Shamsuddin. Anyone interested for Shamsuddin? If no one interested, player unsold. Fahad Abdullah. Anyone? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Suhail Gulli. Anyone interested for Suhail? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Naufal Pudiyadath. Naufal. Seems no bid. Player unsold. Shimjas. Any bid for Shimjas? 20 Mays Qatar. Any more bid? 24-1, 24-2, 24-3. Players sold to Mays Qatar for 20 points. Shaukat. Any bid for Shaukat? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Ashik KP. Any bid for Ashik? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Harsha. 20 T-Town. 20. Any more bid for Harsha? 24-1, 24-2, 24-3. Players sold to T-Town for 20 points. Harsha. Rafi K. Any bid for Rafi? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Anis PT. Anis. Since no one interested, player unsold. Josh Nelly. It's not available. Anyone interested? 20. Any more bid? 24-1, 24-2, 24-3. Players sold to Phoenix Qatar. Faisal Faisi. Any bid for Faisal? 20. Calicut Renegades. 40 Mays Qatar. 60 Calicut Renegades. 60 Calicut Renegades. 80 Green Hunters. 80 Green Hunters. Any more bid for Faisi? 80 for 1, 80 for 2, 80 for 3. Players sold to Green Hunters for 80 points. Ashraf Kandod. Seems no bid. Player unsold. Anas Koilandi. 20, Calicut Renegades. 20, Calicut Renegades. Any more bid for Anas? 24-1, 24-2, 24-3. Players sold to Calicut Renegades for 20 points. Shamir Ibrahim. Shamir. Any bid for Shamir? Since no bid, player unsold. Aju YCC. 20 T-Town. 20. 40 Muslim. 60 T-Town. Any more? 60 T-Town. 60 T-Town. 64-1. 64-2, 80, Muslim, 100 T-Town, 100 T-Town, 100 for 120 makes Qatar, 140 T-Town, 140 T-Town, any more bit, 140 for 140 for 2, 140 for 3. Players sold to T-Town. Hadi. Any bid for Hadi? Since no bid, Hadi unsold. Player unsold. Faris Pudiyavali. Any bid? Since no bid, player unsold. Suhail M. 20 Echo Fresh. 20. Anyone interested? 24-1. 40 Pale CC. 40 Pale CC. Anyone for 60? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to Pale CC for 40 points. So here him. Ashid. 20 Calicut Renegades. 20 Calicut Renegades. 20 for 1. 40 Green Hunters. 40 Green Hunters. 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Green Hunters. Ashir. Fahad. Any bid for Fahad? Since no bid, player unsold. Muhammad Shafi. Any bid for Muhammad Shafi? Since no bid, player unsold. Jasim. Any bid for Jasim? 20 Sega Eldorado. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Sega Eldorado for 20 points. Muhammad Fawaz. 20 Phoenix Qatar. 20 Phoenix Qatar. Any more? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Phoenix Qatar for 20 points. Muhammad Fawaz. Answer. 20 Calicut Renegades. 40 Muslim. 40. Any more bid for answer? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to Muslim for 40 points. Unais. Any bid for Unais? 20. Calicut. 20. Any more? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Calicut for 20 points. Unais. Aju Godwalli. Any bid for Aju? Since no bid, player unsold. Shakir Qasim. A national team player, Shakir Qasim. Started the bid. Calicut against 20, 40 G-Town, 60 Mace Kata. 200 Kings 11. 220 Q-Pack. 240 G-Town, 260 Mace Kata. 280 Green Hunters. 300 Q-Pack. 300 Q-Pack. 300. 350 Mace Kata. 350 Mace Kata. 350. Any more? 400 Q-Pack. 450 G-Town. 450. 500 Mace Kata. 500 Mace Kata. Any more bid for Shakir Qasim? And the finest batter. National team player. 550 Q-Pack. 550 Q-Pack. Any more bid for Shakir? 550 for 1. 550 for 2. 550 for 3. Players sold to Q-Pack for 550 points. Shakir Qasim. Fasal BV. Any bid for Fasal? Since no bid, player remain unsold. Basil. 20 Calicut Renegades. 20. Any bid for Basil? 40 Calicut. 40. 40 for 160. Back to Calicut Renegades. 80 Calicut. 80. 80 for 1. Any more bid? 100 Q-Pack. 100 Q-Pack. Any more bid? 100 for 1. 100 for 2. And 100 for 3. Players sold to Q-Pack for 100 points. Basil. Nadir KP. Nadir. 20 Masla. 20 Masla. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Masla for 20 points. Nadir KP. Mohammed Singh. 20 Percies. Anyone for 40. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Percies. Fairoz Nadir Shah. 20. Seka Eldorado. 20. Any more? Anyone interested? 40 Percies. 40. 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Percies for 40 points. Next player, Khalil. 20, Calicut Renegades. Any more? Anyone interested? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 24-3. Players sold to Calicut Renegades. Need dinner break on. Players working. By 10:30 we starting. 10:30. Please. Muscle Up Gym Fitness, Calicut Renegades, Phoenix Qatar, Eldorado. Everyone, please. Al-Kusama Restaurant presents Calicut Premier League Season 3 in association with Muscle Up Fitness and plenty of sponsors coming soon. Here we just honoring one of our co-sponsor, Muscle Up Fitness. Muscle Up Fitness. Representative, please come and collect the memento, a token of appreciation from the committee, from Calicut Premier League Season 3 committee, giving a beautiful memento to our co-sponsor, Muscle Up Fitness. Al-Kusama Restaurant presents Calicut Premier League, the Season 3. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful contribution to this tournament. Thank you so much. Everyone, please be seated. We will go for the pool draw. Stretcher കൊടുത്തതല്ലേ സമീർക്കം? അല്ല ക്ലിയർ ചെയ്തിട്ട്. Clear. അതല്ല പോട്ട് താഴ്ട്ടോ അതല്ലടാ എത്ര പൂളിലേക്ക് ഇടുന്നത്? അതിന്റെ ഷെഡ്യൂൾ ഓൾറെഡി കൊടുത്തു. അത് ഈ പൂൾ ബേസിലാണ് വരുന്നത്. ഓൾറെഡി അത് ഇത് രണ്ടിലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചിരുന്നു. അല്ല റിമൂവ് ചെയ്തു. അല്ല റിമൂവ് ആൾ ഗ്രൂപ്പ്സ് കൊടുത്താൽ മതി. ആ താഴത്തെ റിമൂവ് ആൾ ഗ്രൂപ്പ്സ്. ഇനി വീണ്ടും ചെയ്താൽ മതി. ഇനി സ്റ്റാർട്ട് കൊടുക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് അത് വീണ്ടും ആവും. നീ ഒന്ന് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് കൊടുത്തേ. അത് വീണ്ടും വരും. കണ്ട റിമൂവ് ആൾ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് കൊടുത്തു. റിമൂവ് ആൾ ഗ്രൂപ്പ്. ഇനിയേ നമ്മുടെ ആ ടീമുകളുടെ എഴുതിയിരിക്കുന്നില്ല, അതൊന്നുകൂടെ ഷഫിൾ ചെയ്ത് ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? നമുക്ക് അടുത്ത സെറ്റാക്കാം. ഷഫിൾ So here we go. We are having 14 teams and we will divide it into two pools. Consist of 7 teams. അറിയാലോ 14 ടീമുകളാണ്. 2 പൂളുകളിലായിട്ട് ലോട്ട് ചെയ്യും. 7 ടീമുകൾ വീതം. മാച്ചസ് ഷെഡ്യൂൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ ഫിക്സ്ചർ ഓൾറെഡി നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഫ്രാഞ്ചൈസി ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ തന്നിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. A1-A2 അങ്ങനെയുള്ളത്. അപ്പൊ അത് ഈ പൂള് വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് മനസ്സിലാവും. ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? ജസ്റ്റ് സിംഗിൾ ക്ലിക്കില് 2 ഗ്രൂപ്പിലേക്ക് ഡിവൈഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ ചെയ്യാം. ഈച്ചാണ് അവരോട് അങ്ങനെ എടുക്കല്ല. സിംഗിൾ ക്ലിക്കില് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക് 2 പൂളുകളിലേക്ക് ടീംസ് ഡിവൈഡ് ആവും. ഓക്കെ, ഷെഡ്യൂൾ ഓൾറെഡി ഫ്രാഞ്ചൈസി ഗ്രൂപ്പിലുണ്ട്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഇപ്പൊ ടീം ഇതിന് ആദ്യത്തെ A1-A2 ടൈം ഫിക്സർ മാറും. പക്ഷെ ഏത് ടീമുമായിട്ടാണ് കളി വരുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് ഓൾറെഡി നേരത്തെ ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അത് ഈ പൂളിന് ശേഷം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവും. പോവാം. Let's start. Here we go. The pool of Calicut Premier League Season 3. Yes. First pool, Yorker CC, Qatar, Calicut, Calicut Renegades, Kings 11, Muscle Fitness, Echo Fresh. Pool B, Pearl CC, Mains Qatar, Green Hunters, Phoenix Qatar, Data Plus, BB's Restaurant and Seika Eldorado. Okay, le. നമ്മുടെ സ്ട്രക്ചർ നമ്മൾ ഗ്രൂപ്പിലിട്ടേക്കുന്ന അതൊന്ന് കാണിച്ചു ഓപ്പൺ ആക്കി. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ ഇവരെ മറ്റേ A1 അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സാധനം ഇട്ട് കൊടുത്തില്ല. ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന് കാണിച്ച് ഞാൻ നോക്കാം. ഇതെങ്ങനെയായിരിക്കും ഉണ്ടാവുക? ടൈമിംഗ് മാത്രം ചിലപ്പോൾ അഡ്ജസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ് വരും. A1-A2, B1-B2 അങ്ങനെയാണ് മാച്ചസ് ഉള്ളത്. ഇത് ഫ്രാഞ്ചൈസി ഗ്രൂപ്പിലുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇനി പൂൾ റൗണ്ട് റിസൾട്ട് അതും കൂടി കാണുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും കമ്പയർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? എല്ലാവരും ഭക്ഷണം കഴിച്ചതല്ലേ? ഞാൻ കഴിക്കാനില്ലാണോ? ഓപ്പൺ ആക്കി കൊടുക്കും. ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ബോർഡ് ഓപ്പൺ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ബോർഡ് Yorker CC, Qatar, Calicut, Calicut Renegades, MyGym Kings 11, Muscle Up Fitness, Echo Fresh, Pearl CC, Mains Qatar, Green Green Hunters, Phoenix Qatar, Data Plus, BV's Restaurant and Psycho Eldorado. Okay, now I'm going to team pool A A1 Yorker CC, A2 Q-Pack, A3 Calicut, A4 Calicut Renegades, A5 Myjin Kings 11, A6 Muscle Up Fitness, A7 Echo Fresh. Any B1 B1 12cc, B2 Mains Qatar, B3 Green Hunters, B4 Phoenix Qatar, B5 Data Plus, B6 BB's Restaurant, B7 Seiko Eldorado. Okay? So we start here option. Ito. അതാണ് ജേഴ്സി ഡിസൈൻ കേട്ടോ. എല്ലാവരും ഓക്കെ, ഇതിന് ഫ്രാഞ്ചൈസി ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ തരും. നമ്മൾ റീസ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യും. Okay guys, we are running out of time. We'll restart the auction. Yes, new player after the dinner break. Mubarak. Any bid for Mubarak? 20. T-Town. Any bid for any other bid? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to T-Town for 20 points. Muhammad Anas. Any bid for Muhammad Anas? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Ajmal NT. Ajmal. Any bid for Ajmal? Seems no bid. Play 20 Green Hunters. 20 Green Hunters. 40 Phoenix Qatar. 40 Phoenix Qatar. Any more bid? 60 Green Hunters. 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Player sold to Green Hunters for 60 points. Ajmal NP. And next player Yakub. 20 Calicut Renegades. 20. Any other bid for Yakub? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Calicut Renegades for 20 points. Yakub. Sirajuddin. Any bid for Sirajuddin? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Nabil. Any bid for Nabil? 20 Calicut Renegades. 40 Calicut. 40. 60 Myjin Kings 11. 60. Any more bid for Nabil? 80 Q-Pack. 80 Q-Pack. 100 Myjin. 100. Any more bid? 100 for 1. 100 for 2. 100 Kings 80 Q-Pack. Myjin Kings 100 for 1. Any more bid? 100 for 2. 100 for 3. Player sold to Myjin Kings Kings 11 for 100 points. Next player, Rashid. Any bid for Rashid? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Nawaf. Who is going to start? 16 Echo Fresh. 80 Mates Qatar. 100 Calicut Renegades. 100 Calicut Renegades. 120 Mates Qatar. 120 Mates Qatar. Any more bid for Nawaf? 140 Calicut Renegades. Back to Calicut Renegades now. 140. 160, 180 Mates Qatar. 180 Mates Qatar. Any more bid for Nawaf? The left hand archer. 200 Calicut. 200. 220 back to Mates Qatar. 220. Back to Mates Qatar. 220 points. Any more bid for Nawaf? 220 for 1. 220 for 2. 220 for 3. Player sold to Mates Qatar for 220 points. Nawaf. Rauf Muhammad. 20 Calicut Renegades. Any more? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Player sold to Calicut Renegades. Power play over second. Shafi CP. Any bid for Shafi? 20. BB's Restaurant. Any more? Any more bid for Shafi? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Player sold to BB's Restaurant. For 25. Shafi CP. Answer. 20 Calicut Renegades. 20. Anyone interested for 40? 20 for 40 Q-Pack. 60 back to Calicut Renegades. 60. 80 Pearl CC. 80 Pearl CC. Any more? 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 100 Q-Pack. 100. Back to Q-Pack now. 100 for 1. 100 for 2. 100 for 3. Player sold to Q-Pack for 100 points. Answer. Shahir Valiyavaramad. Shahir. Any bid for Shahir? 20. Masra Fitness. Any more? 20 for 1. 20, 40 Q-Pack. 40 Q-Pack. Any more bid for Shahir? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Player sold to Q-Pack for 40 points. Shahir Valiyavaramad. Ashar KC. Any bid for Ashar? Since no bid, player unsold. Next player, Yahyas. Any bid for Yahyas? Since no bid, player unsold. Jamshir KT. Any bid for Jamshir? Since no bid, player unsold. Mishab Rasak. Next player, Mishab Rasak. Right hand batter. Any bid for Mishab? Since no bid, 20 Echo Fresh. 20 Echo Fresh. 20 for 1. 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 20 points. Nishab Rasak. Sabir, who is going to start 20 Delta Plus, 40 Calicut, 60 Maslab, 80 Mainskar, 100 T Top, 120 Mike Kings 11, 140 Mainskar. 140 Mainskar, 160 Calicut, 180 Mainskar. 200 Maijin Kings 11, 220 Mainskar, 220, 240 back to Maijin, 240, 260 Mainskar, 280 back to Maijin, 300 BB's Restaurant, 350 back to Maijin, 350. Any more? Anyone interested for 400? 350. 350 for 1. 350 for 2. 350 for 3. Players sold to Maijin Kings 11 for 350 points. Naseeb seems to have been player answer. Sabish Kudu. Any bid? 20 green hunters. 20 green hunters. Any more for Sabish? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Green Hunters for 20 points. Yunus VP. Any bid for Yunus? Since now bid, player unsold. Riyaz Puttambarekal. Riyaz Puttambarekal. Any bid for Riyaz? No one interested. 20 Phoenix Qatar. 20 Phoenix Qatar. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Phoenix Qatar for 20 points. Riyaz Puttambarekal. Raise. Any bid for Raise? 20 makes Qatar. 20. Any more? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to makes Qatar for 20 points. Raise. Fajis. Any bid for Fajis? Seems now bid, player unsold. Muhammad Asif. Any bid for Muhammad Asif? Seems now bid, player unsold. Fawaz. Any bid for Fawaz? Seems now bid, player unsold. Jasul Fajaz, 20, Seika Eldorado, 40, Calicut Renegades, 40, any more bid? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3, players sold to Calicut Renegades. Siraj Nandod, 20, Vivis Restaurant, 40, PLCC. 60, back to Vivis Restaurant. 60 for 1. Anyone? Any more? 60 for 2 and 60 for 3. Players sold to Vivis Restaurant for 60 points. Siraj Nandod. Amir Muhammad. Any bid for Amir? So is now interested. Player unsold. Abdul Rashid. Abdul Rashid madam boy. Okay, Abdul Rashid. Abdul Rashid. Any bid? Seems no bid, player unsold. Samir Muhammad. 20. Calicut Nuggets. 20. Any more bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Player sold to Calicut Nuggets. 20 points. Shamsir. 20. Muslim Fitness. 20 points. Any more bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Player sold to Muslim Fitness. Fijaz. Any bid for Fijaz? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Hafiz Ali. Hafiz Ali. Any bid for Hafiz? 20. Eldorado. Seika Eldorado. Any more bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. And 20 for 3. Player sold to Seika Eldorado. For 20 points. Hafiz Ali. Yunus. Any bid for Yunus? 20. Seika Eldorado. 20. Any more? Any more bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Player sold to Seika Eldorado. Muhammad Mishal. Any bid for Muhammad Mishal? Seems no bid, player unsold. Shaukat Ali. Any bid for Shaukat Ali? Seems no bid, player unsold. Ismail Arur. Any bid for Ismail? Seems no bid, player unsold. Naushad Adandil. Any bid for Naushad? 20 data plus. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Player sold to data plus for 21. Shafiq. Any bid for Shafiq? Seems no bid, player unsold. Muhammad Shafiq. 20 Calicut. Any more bid? 40 per cc. 40 per cc. 40 for 1. 60 Calicut. 80 per cc. 80 per cc. 80 for 1. 80 for 2. And another സൃഷ്ടിക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. 80 sold to per cc. 80 for 3 players sold to per cc. Jensen Shah. Jensen Chan. Any bid for Jensen Chan? Seems no bid player unsold. Muhammad Ansir. Any bid for Ansir? Player unsold. Muhammad Sajid. Any bid for Muhammad Sajid? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Anshaw. 20. Calicut Nuggets. 20. Any more bid? 40. Seika Eldorado. 60. Green Hunters. 80. BB's Restaurant. 80. BB's Restaurant. Any more bid for Anshaw? 100. Green Hunters. 100. 100 for 1. 100 for 2. 120. BB's Restaurant. 120. BB's Restaurant. 120 for 1. 120 for 2. 120 for 3. Players sold to BB's Restaurant. Yes, next player. Sabit Walapin. Any bid for Sabit? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Rashid. Any bid for Rashid? Seems no bid. 20. Maijin Kings 11. Maijin Kings 11 20. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to my gym for 20 points. Firoz. Any bid 20, Phoenix Leather 40. Calicut Nuggets 60. Echo Fresh 60. Any more bid for Firoz? 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 60 points. Shamim Kandor. Any bid for Shamim? Since no bid, player unsold. Unis Tadail. Any bid for Unis Tadail? No bid, player unsold. Samir M. Any bid for Samir? 20 Echo Fresh. Any more? Any more bid? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 20 points. Najib Musa. Any bid for Najib Musa? Since now bid, player unsold. Nidil Rahman. Nidil Rahman. Any bid for Nidil? Since now bid, player unsold. Mujib Muchu. 20 Phoenix Qatar. 20. 40 Sega Eldorado. 60 Pearl CC. 80 back to Phoenix Qatar. 80. 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 80 for 3. Player sold to Phoenix Qatar for 80 points. Anas Pacharkandi. Anas P. Anyone? Seems no one interested. 20. Muslim Fitness. 20. Any moment. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Muslim Fitness for 20 points. Anas. Sharij Kareem. Any bid? Since no bid, player unsold. Munawwar Fairuz. Any bid for Munawwar? Since no bid, player unsold. Asker BK, 20 Echo Fresh. 20, any more bid for Asker? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Echo Fresh for 20 points. Asker BK. Naushir. 20, T-Town CC, 20. Any more? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to T-Town for 20 points. Muhammad Nasib. Any bid for Muhammad Nasib? Since no bid, player unsold. Nisar Dairut. 20 Muslim Fitness. Any more bid? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 40 Data Plus. 40 Data Plus. Any more? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Player sold to Data Plus for 40 points. Nisar Dairut. Nigel. Any bid for Nigel? 20 Q-Pack. 20. Any more bid for Nigel? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Q-Pack for 20 points. Nigel. Harshal. 20 for 68 coffee. 40 green hunters, 60 T-Town, 80 back to green hunters. 100 T-Town, any more bid? 120 back to green hunters, 140 T-Town, any more bid for Harsha? 140. 160 back to green hunters again. 180 back to T-Town. 200 green hunters. 220. 220 for T-Town. 240 back to green hunters. The battle between green hunters and T-Town now. 240 green. 260 T-Town. 260 T-Town Yorker CC. Anyone? Green Hunters. Interested for 280. 260 for 1. 260 for 2. 280 Green Hunters. 300 back to T-Town. They are not ready to give up. 300 points. 300 for Arsha. 300 for 1. 300 for 2. And 300 for 3. Players sold to T-Town for 300 points. Harsha. Lukman al-Hakim. Any bid for Lukman al-Hakim? 20 Echo Fresh. 20 Echo Fresh. Any more bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 20 points. Lukman al-Hakim. Muhammad Katie. Muhammad Katie. Any bid for Muhammad Katie? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Siraju BK. Siraju BK. Seems no bid. Player unsold. Anas PP. PP Anas. Any bid? Seems no bid. Player unsold. Nidab Nasser. 20 Calicut Nuggets. 20. 40 Calicut. 40 Calicut. Any more bid? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Calicut for 40 points. Nidab Nasser. Faisal. 20. Majin Kings 11. Any more bid for Faisal? Any more? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Majin Kings 11. Shabir MK. Shabir. 20. Masraf Fitness. 20. Any more? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Masraf Fitness. Now Shah. 20. Finish Qatar. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to finish Qatar.
പക്ഷെ പ്ലേയേഴ്സിന്റെ ഇതും അതായത് അവർക്ക് 15 ആയി 3 വർഷം
പറഞ്ഞാൽ പറയാം ഇപ്പൊ നോക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ?
ഇപ്പൊ നോക്കിയേക്കാൻ
ഇപ്പൊ നോക്കുകയാണോ? അപ്പുറത്തെ പോയത് എനിക്ക് ഫോണിലാണ് പോയത് Okay. Let's start again. Please. List correct ആണ്. എന്തോ ടെക്നിക്കൽ ആണ്. Okay. ഇരിക്കോ? ശംസി ഭായ്. ജോഷാദ്. Next player. Ashkar B. 20. Seika Eldorado 40. Muscle of fitness. 40. Any more bit? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 60 per cc. 60 per cc. 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Play a sort to per cc for 60 points. Shanavas Mukolikal. Any big for Shanavas? 6 orbit, player unsold. Samir Sahel. Any bid for Samir? 6 orbit. Player unsold. Shamim 20 Cupid 20 for 1 20 for 2 20 for 3 player sold to Cupid. Adil Mannar 20 Calicut 40 Muscle Fitness 60 data plus. Any more? 80 green hunters. 80 green hunters. 60 green hunters. 60. Any more bid? For Adil. 60. 80 makes Kata. 80 makes Kata. Any more bid? 80 for 1. 80 for 2, 100 green hunters, 100 green hunters, anyone for 120, 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 100 for 3, players sold to green hunters for 100 points, Adil Manara. Ajesh, any bid for Ajesh? 6 now bid, player unsold. Fahad Evi. Any bid for Fahad? 6 now bid, player unsold. Abdul Latif Koro, 20 data plus. 40, Seika Eldorado 60 green hunters. 60 green hunters. Any more bid? 60. Part 2 TikTok cricket 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to green hunters for 60 points. Munir PP 20 data plus 20 Any more? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20, 40. Calicut. 40. Calicut. Any more bid? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players hold to Calicut. Sold to Calicut. Muhammad Basil. Any bid for Muhammad? Since no bid, player unsold. Ramiz. Any bid for Ramiz? Since no bid, player unsold. Ashik Kacheri. 20 mains karta. 20 mains karta. Any more bid? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to mains karta for 20 points. Ashik Kacheri. Salim. Any bid for Salim? Since no bid, player unsold. Ashkar. 20 Calicut against 40 Muslim Fitness. 60 Q-Pack. Any more bid? 60 Q-Pack for Ashkar. 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Player sold to Q-Pack for 60 points. Ashkar. Sadiq Ali. 20 Muslim Fitness. 40 Data Plus. 60 Calicut. 80 Mains Qatar. 100 BV's Restaurant. 100 BV's Restaurant. 120 Calicut. 140 BV's Restaurant. 140 BV's Restaurant. Anyone for 160? 160 Calicut. 180 back to BV's Qatar. BV's Restaurant. 180. 200 Calicut. 200 Calicut. Any moment. 220 back to BV's Restaurant. 220. 240 back to Calicut. 260 back to BV's Restaurant. The match between BV's Restaurant and Calicut. No one is part of this now. They are only 260 BV's Restaurant, 280 Calicut, 300 BV's Restaurant, 300 points. Anyone interested? Anyone interested for 350 points? 300 for 1, 300 for 2, 300 for 3. Players sold to BV's Restaurant, 300 points. BV's Restaurant, Eminent Qatar. 300 points. Sadiq Ali, known as Beta Sadiq. Here comes Sajir Abdullah, Mammootty of Qatar cricket. 20 Muslim Fitness, Data plus 40, 60 Qatar, 80 Mains Qatar. 100 Calicut Nuggets, 120 Calicut. 140 Calicut Nuggets. 140 Calicut Nuggets. Anyone? Any more bid for Sajir? 140 for 1, 140 for 2, 160 Green Hunters, 160 Green Hunters. Any more bid for Sajir Ka? 180 back to Calicut Nuggets. 180, 180 points for Sajir Abdullah. Any more bid? 180 for 1, 180 for 2, 180 for 3. Players sold to Calicut Nuggets for 180 points. Sajir Abdullah. Habib Koya, 20 Muslim Fitness, 40 Calicut, 60 Mains Qatar, 80 back to Calicut, 100 maize Qatar, 120 Calicut, 140 maize Qatar, 160 T-Town, 180 Calicut, 200 maize Qatar, 220 Calicut, 220, 240 T-Town, 260 Calicut, 280 T-Town, 300 maize Qatar, 350 Calicut, 350 Calicut. Any more bid? Any more bid for Habib Koya? 350 for 1, 350 for 2, 350 for 3. Players sold to Calicut for 350 points. Habib Koya. Shihaz and number 20 Calicut. 40 Muslim winners, 60 maize Qatar. 80 come back to Calicut. 100 T-Town. 120 Calicut. 140 T-Town. 140, 160 Calicut. 180 back to T-Town. 200 Calicut. 220 T-Town. 240 Calicut. 260 T-Town. 280 Calicut. 300 T-Town. 300. Anyone in the support 350? 300 for 1. 300, 350 back to Calicut. 350 for Shihaz number. 350 for 1. 350 for 2. 350 for 3. Players sold to Calicut for 350 points. Shihaz number. Yes, Muhammad Rashid Kundo, 20 Calicut Nuggets, 40 Zeka Eldorado, 60 Muscle Fitness, 80 maize Qatar, 100 Calicut Nuggets, 100. 120 T-Town, 140 Green Hunters, 160 T-Town, 180 Green Hunters. Rashid Budu, sensation. On screen now. 180 Green Hunters. Any more bid? 180 for 1. 180 for 2. 200 T-Town for Rashid Budu. Yes, Rashid Budu. 200 for 1. 200 for 2. 200 for 3. Players sold to T-Town. Your concede Rashid Budu for 200 points. Najmal, 20 Calicut, 40 maize Qatar, 60 Muslim winners, 80 Q-Pack, 100 maize Qatar, 120 Calicut, 120. Any more bid for Najmal? 140 Green Hunters, 140 Green Hunters. Any more bid? 140 for 1, 140 for 2. 140 for 3. Players sold to Green Hunters for 140 points. Najmal. Ashik Kunnathan. 20 Calicut. 40 Q-Pack. Any more? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 60 Calicut. Any more bid? 80 Q-Pack. 80 Q-Pack. Any more? Any more for Rashi? 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 80 for 3. Players sold to Q-Pack for 80 points. Mansoor KP Machu. 20 Calicut Nuggets, 40 maize Qatar. 60 Calicut Nuggets, 80 maize Qatar. 100 Calicut Nuggets, 120 maize Qatar. 120. Any more? Anyone in the super 140? 120 for 1, 120 for 2, 120 for 3. Players sold to Mates Qatar for 120 points. Mansoor. Danish. Anyone interested for Danish? Since no one, player unsold. Fasil. 20. Eldorado. Sega Eldorado. 20. Any more bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Sega Eldorado. 20 points. Minhaj. Any bid for Minhaj? Minhaj 20. Sega Eldorado. 40. Calicut Renegades. 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Calicut Renegades. 40 points. Minhaj. Jafar. 20. BB's restaurant. 40. Calicut. 40. Any more bid for Jafar? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Calicut for 40 points. Asar Abdullah. 20. Maijin Kings 11. Any more bid? For the Kaftan bowler. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. Any more bid? 20 for 3. Players sold to Maijin Kings 11 for 20 points. Where? Right. 20. Muscle of fitness. Bujay. Yeah. 20. Muscle of fitness. Any more? 40. Sega Eldorado. 40 points. Any more? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 60. Calicut Renegades. 60 points. Calicut Renegades. Any more? 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Players sold to Calicut Renegades. Bujay for 60 points. Amar Shahi. Any bid for Amar Shahi? Since now bid, player unsold. Adil Atoli. Adil 20. Calicut Renegades. 20 Calicut Renegades. Any more? 20 for 1. 40. Maijin Kings 11. 40. Maijin Kings 11. Any more? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Maijin Kings 11 for 40 points. Adil Atoli. Amir Abdullah. Anyone interested? 20 Q-Pack. 20 Q-Pack. Anyone? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Q-Pack for 20 points. Amir Abdullah. Ajmal. 20. Muscle of fitness. 20. Any more bid for Ajmal? 20 for 1. 40. Sega Eldorado. 40. 40. Any more bid? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Sega Eldorado. 40 points. Shahal Muhammad. 20 Calicut Renegades. 40. 20 Calicut Renegades. Any other bid? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Calicut Renegades. 20 points. Shahal Muhammad. Tanzim Ibrahim. Anyone? Seems now being player and sold. Adil Ahmad, 20. Seika Eldorado, 20. Any more? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 40. Calicut Nuggets. Any more? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to Calicut Nuggets for 40 points. Jamshir Manor. Any bid? Since now bid player unsold. Mubarak Asana. Mubarak. 20. Calicut Nuggets. 20. Any more? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Calicut Nuggets. Arsha MC. Any bid for Arsha? Since now bid player unsold. Shafnash. Any bid for Shafnash? Since now bid player on 20 muscle fitness. 20. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to muscle fitness for 20 points. Shafnash. Arsha Tangal, 20. Pearl CC. Any other bid? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Pearl CC for 20 points. Rais, 20. Muscle of fitness. 40 Pearl CC. 60 muscle of fitness. 60. Any more? 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to muscle fitness for 60 points. Rais KK. Rais. Any bid for Rais? Since now bid player unsold. Sabit CK. Sabit CK. Anyone illustrate? Player remain unsold. Asher. Any bid for Asher? Since now bid player unsold. Jasir. 20 per CC. 20. Any more? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Player sold to per CC for 20 points. Jasir. Jasir. 20 BB's restaurant, 40 per CC. 60 mains karta. 60. Any more? 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to mains karta for 60 points. Siraj P, 20 per CC. 40, 20, 20, Seika Eldorado. 20, Seika Eldorado. No. 20, anyone? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Seika Eldorado for 20 points. Rashid Gungumal. Anyone? Player unsold. One more player. The last player of this auction. Shami Gareri. 20 per CC. Any more? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to per CC. ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് 15 പേര് തികയാത്തവരുണ്ടെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എത്ര പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് ആണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സജഷൻ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പെട്ടെന്ന് പറയാം. അതിന് ആർക്കെങ്കിലും കിട്ടിയാൽ താല്പര്യമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കിട്ടിയും, അല്ലാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഒരാൾ മതിയാ. 169 വന്നിട്ടോ റാഷി. Rahim FFCQ 169. Any bid for Rahim? Any bid? 20 sold to Cuba. $130. Fahim Mukhtar 130. Any bid for this player? Any other bid? $60 sold to T-Town 60 points. ഒരെണ്ണം കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആവാനുള്ള ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? ഒന്നോ രണ്ടോ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആവാം. രണ്ട് നമ്പർ 51. റഷീദ് 51. മുഹമ്മദ് any bid for this one? ഇതാണോ? 20 എൽഡറാണോ? $20 per cc. Any other bid? $20 per cc. Sold to per cc. $75. Ashim, any bid for this Ashim? എല്ലാവരും ഒന്ന് ഇരുന്നാൽ കാണാം. Sold to Delta Plus. Sold to Delta Plus. 21. 127. 127. Samir, any bid for this Samir? $46 number. 46. Habir. $40 per season. $79. Muhammad Lepi. Anyone? 20. 234. Next number 234. $180. team moves on 180. Let's go. ഇനി ആർക്കാ ഉള്ളത്? ഇനി ആർക്കാ? 106. Triple one. Nisam Isu. Any before Nisam? Data plus. Short for data plus.
Number 17.
Triple one data plus.
Okay, 165 of the number. Abdul Rashid. Calicut. 17. Number 17.
17.
Shakir Amba. Sika Al-Ram. 120. Muhammad Musa. BB's restaurant. Number 16. Phoenix Qatar. 103. Ashif Calicut. Phoenix Qatar.
Okay, another base.
92. Yunus. Phoenix Qatar. 329. Ashraf. BB's. Felix 128. 119. Amen. Finish up. Kaya, എല്ലാവർക്കും മാറഞ്ചായ Okay, thank you guys. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ഒന്ന് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. എന്തെങ്കിലും കൺഫ്യൂഷൻ ആണെങ്കിൽ കമന്റ് ചെയ്യുവാനായിട്ട് എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് ബന്ധപ്പെടുക. Thank you everyone. That's all. Assalamu alaikum.